Different things maybe all the time.
All right, Chambers County Commissioner Court come to order. This is Tuesday, the 10th day of January, 2023, 9:30 a.m. County Courtroom, Manaway, Texas. Happy New Year to all of you. If you're all right, Bobby Hall's gonna lead the prayer.
Hardly, want to remember today at Charlotte, that citizen, James County passed away, he was part of the fire department at Ancomer. So remember his family, he only had $1 at that time. Where's it? Lord, we come before you today and we start a new year. We ask you, Lord, just to be with each department, each employee of Chambers County as they seek your guidance and your leadership. And Lord, as we come today for this court, and you just guide them. And everyone that has a decision today, seek your wisdom, your guidance. We ask you to be with the family of Lord, is lost. Just protect them, comfort them, so only you can. And again, guide us and direct us. In Christ's name we pray.
Amen. Join us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I undertake as well. Pledge allegiance to the flag of God. Thank you, Steve. All right, citizens' comments. R.J. Eccles, Miss Eccles. Miss Eccles, you. Oh, she's done. Morning, Miss Eccles, you have 3 minutes to make your citizen comment, ma'am. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I want to say good morning and happy New Year's to the citizens, the court, and to the citizens of Chambers County. I'm Dr. Ira Jean Eccles, and I've been in Chambers County for 53 years now, probably longer than some of you all guys have been alive. I'm here this morning to address 2 issues. I want to thank the court for assisting the senior citizens with the project hot meals, home delivered meals, and also transportation to different places that they need to go if they do not have the ability to get there. Thankfully, I'm 76 now, and I'm still able to drive and get myself where I need to go. So I'm so thankful for that. The other issue that I want to bring up is, and I've spoken to Samantha Humphrey on this issue, I would like to see us have a decent playground at the Carver Park. Right now, the only thing we have there is a basketball court, and all kids are there. My grandbaby is asking me for a monkey bar. Well, there's not anything. And I saw on Facebook, Commissioner Harmon said he had 3 brand new parks. So I'd like to see a nice park at North Main. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. All right, Justin Sanders here on 6.1. Justin, good morning. No, we need to pick you up on the record. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing.
No, go ahead. Move over to the microphone, Justin. Yeah.
The only thing I would say, and the issue I would have is I would like to see, we have an organization, the Natural Select baseball team. They're all kids out of Anahuac. I was reading over the MOU, and I'd really like to see the Naturals added onto that. Especially because it is a county park. All our kids are from mid-county. And I just think it would go over well with all our supporters and our group to see us added to the MOU to make sure we have rights to the field and we'll be able to take part in our schedule.
Thank you, sir. All right, Commissioner Doyle. Yeah, 3 minutes, Commissioner.
Okay, over the past few years, I've had the great honor of serving, representing the people of precinct 1. As your family councilor, during my time, I have done my best to be a voice for the people expressing the application for their interest in court meetings and even at the state level. I have accomplished many things that I'm proud of, including creation of the Chambers County EMS. Right before COVID, was able to push it through so we'd have a coverage during the COVID-19. I've worked on many road drainage project improvements across the county. We have implemented plenty new deals. We worked on being transparent to everybody. Anybody can talk to me and ask me about anything. I've been a full-time resource for my constituents, and this job has been one of the most fulfilling experiences in my life. I'm excited to announce that I am signing up to run for commissioner again at the end of this year. And November to December, the election will be in March. So I look forward to seeing and talking with everybody during the upcoming election. And I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, 1.1, discuss and consider appointments to fill the vacancy of Chambers County Tax Assessor Collector, January 31st, 2023. Ms. Sutter, good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you.
It is for some of us.
And for you, sir.
I know I am rubbing it in your face. I'm gonna read this because I wrote it, we tweaked it, and I don't know exactly what I was in here. I mean, I do, but I just want to read it. It is with great joy and a touch of sadness that I'm announcing my upcoming retirement resignation as Chambers County Tax Assessor Collector. My last official day will be January 31st, 2023, the last day of the 2022 tax year. And that's not really true. I have some audits, but I'm cut off. Y'all aren't going to pay me for those. I have been employed with Chambers County for over 36 years, and I'm extremely proud to say that I wholeheartedly served my constituents and always gave them my best. I have learned so much over the years working for the county. My experiences have brought me joy and some heartache, but the good times far outweighed the bad. There have been many needed changes over the years, and hopefully the county continues to embrace the necessary changes that come with the growth of our county, like a new tax office on the west side of the county that I'm proud to say the money got approved for, and they need so desperately over there. So that's one of the good things that we've done for the county. But with that being said, I would like the voters and residents of Chambers County to know that I'm not leaving the office unprepared. In an effort to create an informed work staff and an overall better experience for our customers, I have always encouraged my staff to take the necessary courses to receive their state certification as a tax assessor collector. Two of my best employees, Regina Castillo and Alicia Marino, have taken the classes, spent the hours studying, taken the test, and they have become Texas State Registered Tax Assessor Collectors. 5 additional employees have begun the classes, and 4 are eligible to begin this next year. Regina and Alicia are qualified by the state of Texas to walk into any tax office and work as a tax assessor collector. In our office, Regina has become our tax expert and knows the tax system, which is our tax software, inside out. Alicia's specialty and expertise is motor vehicles, which is another important service that is performed in our office. So we absolutely have the best of both worlds. These 2 ladies have run the tax office perfectly in my absences, which has been a lot of because I didn't want to run this time, and I did. And I really and truly let them do the whole tax roll this year. I did nothing. I talked to them, but I did nothing. This is the first year, and Jimmy can tell you this is the first year in 5 years that we have not had a problem with the over 65s. And that's because of Regina Castillo. She knows the system. She was determined this year was going to be her year, and it was. And she did an amazing job. And anybody at 65 and over should give her an atta girl because she did an amazing job working with the cat. That's right. Hallelujah. Anyway, so these 2 ladies have run the tax office perfectly in my absences. Whether I was at a meeting, attending a conference out of town, or with my husband recuperating from the many health issues he has had of late, no matter the reason, they always step up and perform their duties and do it extremely well. And they do it with no complaints. And I must put that in there. They're really amazing. So it is my recommendation to the court that you appoint Regina Castillo as the new tax assessor collector for the last 2 years of my term. There could not and would not be a smoother transition for leadership in the office. Alicia is ready and able to assist Regina and will support her during the transition to keep the tax office running like the well-oiled machine that it is. I would ask the news reporters and all who may hear me to inform the voters and residents of my recommendation for leadership. I truly believe that this is what is best for the county, as things would change very little with my retirement. Posting my position when qualified personnel in our office have already been trained and certified would be a waste of tax dollars, time, and money. Not to mention a dishonor to Regina, a 28-year dedicated Chambers County employee. Mitch McCollum with the appraisal district also supports my decision. And that's where we have our biggest problems is with the Pritchard and Abbott CAD program marrying up to the ACT tax program. They're just like a normal husband and wife. Sometimes they just don't get it, just don't mesh. And it doesn't mesh, sorry, but I'm almost out of here. It don't mesh. And so between Stephanie Muniz with the CAD and Regina, no one acts like she does, they figure it out. And they're a great team working together. I'm afraid that if Regina doesn't get this position and you just bring somebody in off the streets and Regina leaves, because why wouldn't she? Next year's going to be bad and scary. And don't call me because I'm going to be Momo and I don't even know about taxes. So that being said, let me get on with the rest of my speech here. Commissioners Court and I have had our disagreements, but those days are over. It's time for another change. It's time to do what's best for the tax office and for Chambers County. It's time to give Regina the opportunity to prove how well she can do what she has basically been doing since she moved to the Anahuac office, managing and taking control, getting things done, learning everything she could and learning it well. You won't find a better option than Regina Castillo. Thank you for your time and consideration. It has truly been an honor for me to serve Chambers County for so many years. I can't thank the people of this county enough for placing their trust in me. I hope you take my recommendation for the future of the tax office to heart. If you have any questions or concern, I'm happy to discuss them with you at any time. Sincerely and with much love, whether I know y'all probably don't believe it, but much love, Denise.
Thank you. Thank you for 36 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Go ahead. You bet you.
We have 2 bank accounts that have to be changed before the 1st of February. One of them, you have to decide before February 1st, who the tax is, because that's got to be done before. So that's just a little bug in your ear. No rush, but call me later this afternoon, would you?
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we've actually voted to post the position, so now that it's official and Mrs. Sutter's announced, we will, and she had announced me previously, but now she's done it in open court, to all the courts, so we'll take applications, tell them to apply,
Okay.
and then we'll have to make a decision by next quarter to call a special meeting for the end of the month.
That's a good deal. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, we appreciate you.
Bye, y'all.
And for the record, the brand new commissioner, Ryan Dagley, is not here this morning. He's in College Station trying to learn how to be a commissioner. So. All right, we got a lot of folks here on 6.1, so we're going to skip down to Parks and Recreation and discuss and consider memorandum of understanding between Anahuac Youth Sports Organization and Chambers County for the use of the Jim Silva Sports Complex at Fort Anahuac Park. Commissioner Gore.
Yes, sir. I was approached about introducing an MOU between the Anahuac Sports Association and I've worked with Ashley to tweak what they had sent us. And this is what we came up with. I agree, we probably need to add the other league to it, so I don't have a problem doing that. I just want to make sure that all the children of Chambers County get access to that park. As far as the scheduling, like we said, both leagues need to send in their full year schedule 10 days before the season starts. We will work with both leagues and make sure that all leagues have access to the facility. So, I mean, besides that, I mean, if anybody wants to speak, we'll go back and change this and add the other league into it. And then we can sit down with both leagues and the parks director and go over everything, and we can have it on next board and get it signed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, you know, table it.
I want to table it, Judge. We'll bring it back to next board. We're working with Ashley and the leagues and our park department to finalize the MOU.
All right, 6.1 is table.
So, just a question, because, the west side has several select teams. So I'm just wondering, this is just one team coming forward over here, how many teams are gonna start showing up on to get in on that, so,
We're, the citizens of Chambers County will be first.
not any doubt, so the youth league should have priority of the field for what they need to complete their league play. But the rest of it's gonna take some coordination, because
I totally agree.
there's gonna be a bunch of teams show up on the.
I agree.
Those.
If,
And we gotta figure out
yeah,
how to make all that work.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Once we work with the two leagues that are within the, over here, if there's availability, we will schedule them in, as long as it does not interfere with games and practice. And then after the season's over, we can look at, if we're gonna lease the fields out for tournaments and stuff like that, we will have to work with the parks department and everything else to make sure that we get that quoted.
Yeah, cause we just started a process on the west side, of the west, complex over there, so,
Okay, well, whatever we can do to work together, we'll get it accomplished.
yeah, we can probably swap some ideas.
You want the rest of your 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just in response, I agree with you as far as Chambers County residents using the field. And I just wanted to reiterate, our whole team they're all from Mid-County. They were formerly of AYSO. That's the same group that went and won the state championship for the Dixie League a couple of years ago. We competed with them in the Pecan League this year, select tournament, and all the kids made their decision that they want to continue in the higher just playing in select ball. They see better competition. So, but Mr. Hammond, just in response to that, they are Mid-County residents.
Understand.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, but it's a little different on the west side. You got kids coming in from Baytown, from Dayton, and playing select and looking for places to practice, and there's a lot of teams over there, so we gotta be careful on, and same thing on this side of
Same
town.
thing, we're going to do an MOU for each. Look forward to sitting down with y'all and getting it finalized so we can get something done.
We have an email address.
When you get with Ashley out in the hall and y'all get all that. Okay.
And Cook's fixing to become the
Yeah,
same way,
it
and
is.
we've got a lot of kids from Jefferson County that come over and play, so that's all. Just everybody needs to be aware of that, and we gotta work all that out.
So will you two guys work together with Ashley and
No problem.
Kurt?
Yes, that won't be
Got
a
how to
problem.
do that?
So, I do appreciate everybody showing up, showing support, because I tell you, these kids are our future, and I mean, we need to make sure that they have every opportunity they can, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, because y'all gonna be playing for the Astros one day,
That's right.
like my grandson. Right.
But thank y'all for coming.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Take care. Have a good day. Happy New Year again. Mayor, how you doing? Good. Good. All right, 6.1 table. Clear the courtroom. I didn't even see Commissioner Snack back there.
I sit in front, so we'll see him.
Rusty, do you play the little league?
Right field.
Okay. They said, Mark said you've been in right field for a long time. Okay, 1.2, discuss and consider resolution authorizing the city of Mont Bellevue to maintain a portion of the green areas of I-10 and FM 3180 intersection within Chambers County, Texas. 1.2 March, yeah, okay. And whereas the city of Mont Belvieu, Texas desires to beautify and maintain said location within Chambers County, Texas, for mutual benefit of city and county residents, Commissioners Court wishes to approve said beautification and associated maintenance, better described in attachment 1, for be it resolved, court hereby approves the scope of work described in attachment 1. Construction, maintenance, control, supervision, and regulation of certain state highways and roads or portions of state highways and roads in Chambers County, Texas.
Second.
Hang on. Motion by Commissioner Tice. Second. Second by Commissioner Hammond.
Yeah, we got a guest speaker here.
Now, come on up, if you would, when you finish speaking, fill out a public participation form.
Yes, sir.
Go
Yes,
ahead,
sir.
state your name for the record.
Well, he's from the city of Mont Belvieu.
I know, but go ahead, state your name for the record.
Okay, sounds good. This is Francisco Carrillo, city engineer for the city of Mont Belvieu.
Good morning, Francisco.
And we're basically here just to answer any questions that you might have about this resolution. Basically, this was requested by the Department of Transportation, TxDOT, and the Federal Highway Administration for some of the work that we're doing underneath the I-10 bridge, because we're touching federal highway. We need to have an agreement with you guys from the county stating that we are allowed to perform these improvements and maintenance work beyond the city limits. So we've been in contact with Tommy, going back and forth on what those improvements look like. And those improvements are described here in the resolution. And basically, it's just, it's very simple. It's planting. There's going to be some irrigation out there underneath the bridge. There's also some hardscaping, which will be landscaping walls, pavers. And then there's also the grass graphics that you see on the columns. So other than that, this basically binds the city to maintain these improvements to make sure that we keep up a high standard for the aesthetic improvements. And again, this is basically a resolution authorizing the city of Mont Belvieu to perform this work beyond the city limits and within the jurisdiction of Chambers County.
And TxDOT told you need to get this from us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
TxDOT and the Federal Highway Administration.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Any questions?
Yes. This will be an MOU that we need to put in our new computer system. That needs to be renewed yearly, right? That's the reason we got this new computer system to keep up with contract MOUs. So who needs to take care of that? Is it IT or George or you? We'll get back. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Well, I need to get legal too. This
Yeah.
is a resolution. I don't know if it's gonna follow with the MOU or, and if it needs to be done annual, but.
Okay.
Okay.
I
We'll
just
check it out.
make sure everything goes in that new system, so we're. Yeah, so that was my only question.
All right, any other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Everybody wants you to keep it clean, looking nice, so thank you.
They're doing a
Yes, sir.
good
We
job
will.
about,
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
thank you. Thank you for being
They're
here.
getting the walls put up now. So.
Yeah, looks good. All right, financial 2.1, discuss, consider approving the 2023 Chambers County Financial Management Policy, 2023 Chambers County Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Policy, and Chambers County Investment Policy. Aaron.
Yes, sir. These are just policies we do every year. There's nothing's changed out of these. You know, the new one was the financial management policy that was approved, middle of the year, last year, but we're still getting on schedule. If you have any questions, just give me a call, holler. That's really about it.
Okay,
So moved.
second.
That's by Commissioner Hammond, second by Mr. Gore. No questions?
Yes, sir.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Road and Bridge 3.1, discuss, consider setting a public hearing on January 24th, 2023 at 10 a.m. for the abandonment of a portion of Cedar Hill Drive beginning 725 feet west of North SH 146, then west approximately 1,600 feet.
Yes, we were gonna do this and we slipped up and didn't get it at the end of the year, so this is just to set this public hearing so that it can be, if we court votes to abandon, we'll do it at the next meeting. Have the public hearing, and also we'll make sure that we have the public hearing, and then also the y'all can vote on it, whether to do it or not.
Entertain a motion to set the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Cox. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 5.1. Discuss and consider combining proposed Anahuac EMS station, TDCHA grant funded with proposed emergency management theft warehouse project. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning. So this is a very, very preliminary conversation that we're having today. Last week, we had our standing monthly OEM update meeting and just had a very brief discussion about the possibility of combining the proposed EMS station that's also going to house OEM and a meeting room that could be used as an EOC with the warehouse that has been discussed for OEM and FEP and EMS as well. It's my opinion, and this, for what it's worth, my opinion that it would be more fiscally positive for the county to do that. We'd get more bang for our buck as far as site planning and all of that stuff. It's a logical fit for them to be all under the same roof. Realistically, I don't think that we're going to get quite the floor plan that we anticipate in order to stay in budget. But if we combine the two projects, then we can look at some alternative ways to ensure that we're getting what we need, be that having second story offices or whatever, to kind of be very smart about how we're using the floor plan associated with that. I will say that we already have an architect and engineering firm associated with the EMS station, TNP, and they actually did submit a proposal for the warehouse. So they're willing to work on that and able to do that. But again, this is a very preliminary conversation that I wanted to have with you in the public forum so that everybody knows kind of what we're discussing and get your thoughts. Ryan, Ron, and Kevin are all here and they can answer any questions about the feasibility of combining the buildings as well.
I've spoke with everybody involved in this project, Judge, and all of them are in agreement that this would be the best way to go to move forward. So, I mean, I'll make a motion that we combine both projects.
I'll second that.
All right, got a motion motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions?
No, just I talked with Sam some and also Ryan, and makes a lot of sense. So we can get all that office space in one building and not be trying to build two separate buildings. So a lot more economic. So, and then we wind up with probably a little bit more space overall doing it that way. So makes a lot of sense. So
I agree.
especially with escalating costs these days. So definitely help there.
All right, any questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maintenance of building 7.1, discuss, consider authorizing purchasing to solicit RFQs for library generator design. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning. It's
Morning.
simply a request, working with purchasing to solicit those design services for not only a backup generator at the Mont Bellevue Library, but a manual transfer switch at the Anahuac Library. The thought being that library is going to be replaced in the near future, and we don't want to spend the funds to put something there where in the near future it'll be done with one. And so, for the record, the library in East Chambers does have a backup generator already, so that was covered. So to back up even more, the primary purpose of this is so that we can ensure those libraries are up and running during either cold or hot events where we may have to quickly activate either a warming or a cooling center. The citizens know they can go there and get warm or cool, depending on what kind of event we're having. And then they'll have things to do. I know the librarians would love to give them library cards and have them check out books too. And the librarians were really excited about this. We tried this for the first time during this last freeze event, and they were on deck, on board. We had full cooperation out of library staff, and so they like this idea as well. So.
And this will give us we'll be able to look, see if it's cost effective to do this. We'll get there.
Correct. Yes. This is not authorizing the purchase. This is, how much is this going to cost? What would this entail? And then, of course, it'll be back at court for consideration at that time to see if it's something feasible to do.
And after these two last three events, it's apparent that citizens expect a warming center, place to go, which is needed in certain cases, so. Yeah. So, motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions?
Yes, we were paying for this. The reason I'm saying now, this is all health related, if we're cooling people off because they could have freeze to death, pass away, or a stroke from the heat or whatever, we could pay for this out of health services, I think.
It is. No, that's planned, so.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
We also have designated shelters already, so, we're adding more calls to more workload to the maintenance department, so, I know that's a concern for the maintenance group. So,
Yeah, I think that's something you need to
Yeah.
consider when you.
we do, we need to see exactly, because we've got a lot of generators in the county that I think may not be necessary, so, everybody doesn't need a generator, so those need to be strategic at the very least, so.
Judge, can I say something? Also, the archivist and noting that I keep, very vital records in this county. Those libraries, if you have all that paper and books, et cetera, and we don't have power, it's not so bad with the freeze, but it is gonna be very costly if the mold and those things set into those buildings.
I would say that I completely agree with you. Also, I want to look at doing a transfer switch at the Holton building, any buildings that we do elections on. If we lose power there during election, I mean, we ought to have some way of putting in a backup generator to make sure we get power restored. So we don't. That's something we may look at also, Jerry.
Okay.
I totally disagree with all that.
Take my. That's the, Lauren, we see if you can get a bang.
It's the new battery. We're gonna use that one.
Okay, well, Lauren's putting it better.
Doesn't come on.
He knows how.
It's still not charging. It's a dog.
Yeah, the generators are not used that much. Basically the generators, most of the generators in the buildings that we need generators in are for an emergency like a hurricane or something like that. If the power's down, it might be down, maybe a day, which, is really nothing in the whole amount of money that we spend on generators. I got 2 people that maintain generators full time, and they run very rarely in an emergency. So us just saying, hey, let's put a generator, I don't think we realize what we're saying. Okay. So all the mold and all the stuff you just talked about is not true.
We have contracts with Waukesha Pierce and other ones to maintain these generators.
Absolutely.
Then I know you have 2 people that's taking care of them, but I mean.
I have to run them every week.
They should be on
Each one of them.
an automatic deal that Frank mine does and run themselves.
Yeah, but somebody's got to look after them.
I understand that, but I'm just saying.
I don't think you realize the amount of work that goes into it. I really don't think you understand. I don't think you realize the amount of just miscellaneous stuff, oil and changing the oil and replacing the parts and pieces to them. And that's not Waukesha Pierce. And I've got 5 contractors that maintain those generators. So it's a big deal. It's a really big deal for them. And I just want y'all to understand it. Because we got a whole lot of nothing.
Before is just adding more work, adding more complications, adding more.
I mean, if they were really being used and we were really getting something out of them, that's one thing. But most of them, we go and we run them and we make sure they're operating and we spend money on them. You know, we put batteries in them on a regular basis. And they're not used that much is all I'm saying. Now, when we need them, we need them. I'm not saying that we don't need generators in certain areas. But we got 31 generators out there, big generators.
I agree with you. I mean, I'm just saying that some buildings we could have a deal we can plug in a temporary generator. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I can't plug in a temporary generator for Goss Library. It's,
I didn't say
you
that,
don't
Mike.
pull them around that big.
I get that. That's not what I'm saying.
You're talking about like for
I'm just, yeah, just something that we could have an electrician put on the deal. We can, I mean, plug in a temporary. The only reason I brought up the Holston building or any other building that we do election stuff in, because we don't never know what's gonna happen during the election cycle. And I mean, trust me, if it goes down and we're not able to get it back up in a timely manner, it's not gonna be you that gets calls. It's gonna be Heather and it's gonna be us that gets the calls because someone's not able to get in and vote.
I mean, it's up to y'all. I just want to make sure you understand. We're not talking a little thing here.
Yeah.
Y'all spend a whole lot of money. I got 5 contracts because generators now are like cars. You have to plug a computer in, you have to figure out what's wrong with it. So
You said you replaced batteries. Do we not have the trickle chargers on these batteries?
we have trickle chargers, but I mean, we're talking about full time around the clock, you know, and we start them every week, each one of them every week. So I got a guy going around that checks on the generators all week long.
Okay, that's fine. I mean,
So I'm throwing it out there that y'all are spending a lot of money on generators. And a lot of those generators are not used.
Can your generator report?
Yeah, I got a big report. I mean, sooner or later, I'm gonna come to you and say, hey, I need to put a program on each one of those. So then it's kind of like this building. I can get it and I know when one's broken down or when one's, you know, but that's not cheap. I've already looked into that.
okay, I appreciate that.
All right, and so we get this report and we can decide if we want to go forward with it or not. And we'll see, but we need to know how many buildings we have, what buildings they are, what's it costing us. We need to.
And as far as Anaway,
Whatever, you know, I mean, I agree. There's
Yeah. Okay, got a motion second. Those in favor? Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 2-1. All right, so safety emergency management, 10.1, discuss consider reimbursement from HCC pass-through grant to reimburse Chambers County for COVID-19 response expenses.
That's,
Brian, you taking it?
that's not my agenda item.
Who's that?
It's Bill out there? Ron?
Good morning, Ron. Today, basically HGAC gave us a funding source to reimburse for different types of overtime expenses and medical supplies and stuff like that. Per FEMA regulations, we're supposed to go after any other funding sources prior to we go after FEMA funding. So this authorizes us to go after HGAC funding for reimbursement for COVID prior to submitting all the category B stuff for FEMA. That's basically all it is.
Entertained motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Question? For the favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 17.1, discuss and consider accepting the 2022 Chambers County Sheriff's Office Annual Report. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Morning, Sheriff.
All right, gents, I'll be very brief. You should have the report. Very brief. I just wanted to give you some ideas, some stats on the growth from a sheriff's office perspective. So the annual report, excuse the pictures. That was my staff that was putting pictures together. And that's a picture from the wall that heals. But what I wanted you all to note was the arrests made, 34% increase last year. So that's part of why I think that we really need to make sure that we stay focused on the jail. Because we do have so many pretrial felons sitting in our jail. County court has definitely been moving them. I'm going to also take this opportunity for hopefully Commissioners Court will work with me and some others trying to get a second full-time district court. So we can start helping moving the pretrial felons. And it's not going to slow down. It's not like our arrests are going to go down with the growth of the east side of Houston. I'll just say that with the growth of the east side of Houston, we're going to continue to see our crimes on the west side of the county increase.
And we're giving you more officers too, so.
Correct. More officers mean more arrests, which obviously is the goal that the sheriff's office has, is to keep our community from the east side of the community to the west side of the community as crime-free as we can, and it takes aggressive law enforcement to do that. So I just wanted you all to see the stats. Also attached to it is my racial profiling data that I'll be submitting to the Attorney General's office. It's a requirement of the law for sheriffs and police chiefs to do a racial profiling data. I'm pretty proud of my guys. It's real obvious when I do the breakdown, and us being a county that is between Beaumont and Houston, and with the African-American and Hispanic influences that we have between us and on Interstate 10, it's real obvious that my guys don't see color when they work. And that's what my expectation is. So.
Sheriff, I noticed firearms seized up 84% too from 21 to 22. Just everything is through the roof, so to speak.
So like I had kind of told you in the past, on other courts, what has happened from the since about 2017 to about 2020, a lot of the social justice issues that took place in Seattle and Oregon and other places, Houston, we're finding that there are a lot more people that are recklessly carrying firearms illegally than what we used to. There's a little bit of an empowerment.
Okay.
You know, I mean, when you can burn down a federal courthouse and don't get in trouble for it, you know, it is what it is. So that's part of what we're seeing, is a lot more people are carrying weapons. I don't have to tell you, anybody that watches the news, whether it's the Beaumont News or the Houston News, drive-by shootings, and especially road rage shootings have been a huge problem in Houston. And we've seen a number of those have pushed over to us. So we're just seeing a lot of people carrying guns that did not used to carry guns. So.
Well, it looks like about 70% of your encounters are non-residents. So.
Well,
Pretty close.
statistically, I can dig down on some more statistics for you all. I didn't want to get too deep into that, but we're finding that the majority of the felony crimes that take place in this county are not people that live in this county.
Yeah, I mean, numbers show that.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, when you got as many people passing through every day that you have actually live here, it makes sense.
Correct.
Not called the I-10 corridor for nothing, right, Sheriff?
No, that's right. I mean, interstate's good for us to have where we have the ability to traverse, but criminals have become a very traveling type of individual, where it used to be criminals were very localized. Now Interstate 10 is just a pathway for crime from New Orleans to Houston, really. All right. Any questions on that? I don't want to bog y'all up. And I can get you a bigger breakdown if there's anything in particular somebody wants. I just didn't want to give you too much information to look at in a short period of time.
Entertain motion to accept the so moved, Judge. Motion by Commissioner Tyus, second by Commissioner Gore. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. 17-2. Discuss and consider moving forward with seeking grant funding for an overtime project funded by TxDOT at 75%, Chambers County with a 25% match from the Texas Department of Transportation's Selected Traffic Enforcement Program for fiscal year 2024, October 2023 through September 2024. Sheriff.
So these are step grants that we've been working on the last few years. This is a 25% match. We've been able to use it, get that 25% out of our unused salary money. So there's no need to any additional funding. We focus on two of them. One of them is the commercial motor vehicle enforcement. We pretty well put most all of that on 146, 3180, 2354 on the west side where we're having all the problems with the dump trucks and the trucks that are violating some of our load zoned roads. So the commercial motor vehicle enforcement is primarily on the west side. The traffic enforcement comprehensive, it's a seatbelt speed and safety grant. And primarily we focus and use that on the beach highway in the summertime or on spring break or 420 day or some of the other days where we just have a lot of people on 124 going to the beach. So Jeep weekend, we use that step, try to really put a lot of concentration on the beach highway, trying to reduce those very serious accidents that happen on the beach highway.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Question? Those in favor? Right. Opposed, motion carries. 17.3, discuss and consider approving payroll classification of deputy cadet division.
So, Judge Commissioners, that this is also a no funding issue because you've already presented the funding to me in the budget. Here's the challenge that we're having. I know I've spoken to y'all before that there's a shortage of jailers and law enforcement, not just in Chambers County, not just in our area, across the nation. There's a shortage. Not a lot of people want to be a jailer, and not a lot of people want to move into the law enforcement world. And the ones that we want in the law enforcement world are the ones that want it as a career, not as a job. So we're trying to figure out our best way to seek people that are looking for a career, that want to learn the business, they want to go to school, they want to be a professional instead of somebody that watches television and says, that looks fun, I want to go be a cop. All right. And so one of the things that we have started doing is we've started recruiting at the academies. The issue that we're finding is we're not the only ones recruiting at the academies. Everybody from Baytown to Beaumont to Dayton to Liberty, all of us are going to the same academies trying to recruit top students in those police academies. And the cities have really done a good job of going in and doing what I'm asking for now and finding that applicant that's getting good grades, that the academic staff and instructors are very high on them. They offer them a job, they run them through the backgrounds, they do the polygraphs, they do whatever they need to in their pre-hiring, and they hire them while they're in the academy and they start them on a lower salary so that they don't lose them. And we've lost a number of people that we were trying to recruit that we felt like were going to come to work for us that got pulled away because they started getting a salary inside the academy.
Sounds like college football, Brian. You being out recruited?
Yeah, I would say in a certain way that is a very true. I don't have so and honestly, the salary money is there. I mean, they're when they come out, we would be hiring them,
sure,
and putting them right on the street as a first year deputy. What we want to do is do a reduction and create that deputy cadet. All right. So, and it does a couple of things because they become an employee of the sheriff's office. Now they're responsible for me in the academy to me. So I have the ability to require them to give me their grades, require them to do weekly reports to the captain that they're going to be working for. All of those things once they become a employee.
They've made a commitment.
Correct. They've already made a commitment. And the part that I like is they've already paid for the academy. They, as an individual, have already put the money up front. We, as a county, we send a handful of people. Ryan sends a handful of people. We send people to the academy occasionally. We try to always do it from within inside. So like if I've got a jailer that just is a terrific employee and he wants to be an outside deputy, we have a system in which the jailers can apply. these who I'm trying to capture here. And when we take the jailer, we keep him on his jailer salary. So he doesn't lose salary. He finishes the academy and we put him right out on the street. What we're doing here is trying to find those young people that we don't know, and a number of them live in the county or they live in the area, have come up with the money, whether it's from mom or dad, or they're working nights or what have you. I'm working to hire one right now that had a wonderful job, and he took a night job delivering Amazon so that he could go to the academy during the day. All right. So he operates on 3-4 hours of sleep a day and is doing a great job in the academy. What I'd rather do is put him on work, let go of his night job and focus on being a good deputy trainee cadet. So when he comes out, he's ready to roll and he's focused on being a police officer, not trying to figure out how to deliver Amazon and operate off of 4 hours of sleep.
So very good.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Question?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Will they be included in the CBA or they be outside of the CBA?
They'll be outside of the CBA.
Okay.
Now, I could see the association wanting to pull them in, but I'll probably try and resist that because at this point as a trainee, I think the sheriff and the chief need to have full autonomy on it.
Well, and we got 2 years agreement with them now, so
Yeah.
it'll be 2 years before we renegotiate,
Well,
right?
this is.
This is the second year.
Yeah, this is the year.
Okay, so we got 1 year. I got a motion to second. Any
Great.
questions?
Great idea, Brian. Good move.
Thank you.
To borrow from Commissioner Tyson's analogy, what's the chance of losing them after that first year in the transfer camp?
So there is a contract. They'll be signing a 2-year contract that they've got to reimburse the county. Here's what I'll tell you, the states and the state does it, the city does it. How many actually get reimbursed back when somebody changes jobs? But we'll be running all those contracts and everything through the county attorney's office. But it's a contract essentially saying, we'll put you to work. We're going to pay you through your training for a 2-year commitment. So it's a 2-year commitment. That's what we asked for.
Got it. You got a motion to second, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Sheriff.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, 18.1, discuss, consider reinstating years of service, vacation, longevity for John Quinton Adams and Lori Honey. I asked Chelsea where she was on that policy. I said she should have it ready for next board.
That's the same question. So Quentin's been less than a year. We don't have a benchmark per se. I mean,
I talked with Chelsea about that. We're gonna set one.
yeah. So,
And this does add to the budget, by the way. You know,
Sure does.
You know, we're adding more, people are longevity back and your service, you know, this is gonna add more to the budget.
I know, and we've approved over and over the last
Until we get
Here.
a policy in place. So moved.
Question, Mr. Gore, take it back to Mr. Price. Questions, comments?
yeah, so I asked Ron to verify how long who is it,
Lori,
has been gone off the job, so. I don't know, like I say, we've been kind of benchmarking a year being the limit, so. I don't know, we got to get something figured out here.
Ron,
I pulled the information, so she left in September of 2017, was hired back in 2019. It was almost 2 years.
you got to have the policy in place. And Chelsea knows.
Well, if you want to separate them or not, it doesn't matter.
Fine. But right now I got a motion on the table to approve both of them, correct?
Okay,
But the problem is, we don't have a policy in place.
right.
I mean, separating them, I don't know how that will work, but we gotta get a policy in place, and then we can address it from there. So, I mean,
All right. Those in favor? Opposed?
No,
Thank you, carried again. 18.2, discuss consider requesting purchasing go out for RFIs. Request for information for an insurance consultant that came from Chelsea. Oh, there's nothing. Good morning, Chelsea.
Morning. Yes, just like the letter states, I'm just requesting information. I would like to, this is not stepping on anybody's toes by any means. I just need information. It's been years. We've always been with Terry and he's been very good to us and I'm not knocking that whatsoever. I just want information. We don't really know what an insurance consultant really consists of, what they offer, what can they offer. We would like to see other companies reach out to us and give us feedback with that, to have something to go off of. And so that's all this is. It's just requesting
And
information.
Terry has been with us a long time. We did
Yes, sir.
review
We did,
his services a couple of years ago, I guess.
he did, he lowered it, 25%, I think. He did.
Yeah, I forget
But
that.
he dropped it, so we're spending the move to someone else. And
And I was looking for that contract, Commissioner, I couldn't find it. I would like that contract. Do you have the contract, Chelsea?
I do not.
I think I had asked, that way we could know, where we are in the statute, can we get out of it, what it's gonna take, get to legal, et cetera.
And what all he does offer.
I think so, yes, ma'am.
I didn't know if there's a contract put in place.
Yeah, it was a while back.
that's where our new software is gonna help.
It is, and it should.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any other questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, it's 10th. Guess there's nothing to precinct 4 today.
Because
Say 3.
You don't have anything.
You don't have anything. All right.
Good, good.
Precinct 2.
We got it straight.
Oh, you answered for 3.
he did.
I said precinct 3.
No, I said 4 didn't have anything.
I know, I said 3 and he said.
He said 4 didn't have anything, Judge, so he was out.
Tommy, you got it.
5 and 6.
5 and 6 for executive
Yeah.
session or what?
Yeah.
Are you want to discuss them right now?
Executive.
You on me?
No, it's going, you want to go to executive session with?
Yes,
it?
sir.
Okay.
5
5
and
and 6.
6.
All right, Mark.
Thank you.
Mr. Gore.
Yeah, then, I mean, we're just gonna have to revamp the liaison list after this court and next court, so we need to look at that, because we're combining some departments and then splitting some other ones, so we'll need to look at this list again and make sure it's, each one has kind of the same.
Yeah, I think they're actually in the right spot.
They're in the right spot, but when we combine and split some departments, we need to make sure everybody's,
Yeah, we'll look
Right.
at that.
we just need to look at
That's
that.
something Lauren does.
Yeah, so, you know, but.
So if you don't like who your department is, just,
I
Okay.
like them all. It's all good.
oh man, what politics? All
That 5 and 6 for mine too, yeah, so we're good.
right, so nothing else on the consent, entertain a motion, except for 5 and 6. Second. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We got everything. Now the executive session, now we have 20.2, discuss consider sale and purchase of real property. Personnel issues. And FMLA request, and also number 5 and 6 off the consent agenda. So at 10:31 a.m. we will recess to executive session. Morning, Sue. Hi, coming out of executive session at 1:24 PM. I need a motion on number 5 and number 6 on the consent agenda.
Judge, I move to approve items 5 and 6 of the consent agenda.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? Comments? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. And under 20.3, any motion to approve FMLA extension.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Nothing further coming from the court. Return.